Welcome to TaleLearnCode. Here there will be tales about software development, learning from each other, code to build solutions. And now your host, Chad Green.
Good evening, everybody. How's everyone doing? Hold on just one more second here. Let me turn the music down a little bit in my head. A little bit too loud. There we go. All right, welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for joining. Hey, Loka, thank you for that birthday wish. Although, actually, I'm still 49. I'll be 50 on Friday. Sure enough, Friday will be the day that I'll be streaming all day, hopefully all night. Pretty much the intention for Friday is when I get up, I'll take my shower, have some breakfast, and then I will just start streaming all day. And then I'm going to do 4 hours of coding, 4 hours of Lego, 4 hours of coding back and forth. So I've been working on, it was actually before I came online here, I was doing a little bit of prep work for that. I'm going to be using StreamYard, so yes, early, exactly. Yeah, so I'll be using StreamYards so I can actually be broadcasting to both TaleLearnCode and Bricks with Chad. And I'll swap back and forth depending on which 4 hour period I'm in. So, looking forward to that. That should be a lot of fun. I've got a different project to work on that day. This is weird. Fancy Zones is not working for me today, which is making it a little bit hard for me to line things up. Well, we'll just work with it. Yeah, so one of the things I've been wanting to work on, and I'm not going to start till Friday, but so on Twitch you can do hosting and auto hosting and all that good stuff, and Twitch actually provides some nice tools, right? So I can talk a little bit about this. Let's see here. Let's go to our screen. Maybe there we go. And now I can see how far off I am on my. Oops. Trying to fix this because, like I say, I can't get Fancy Zones working right now. So it's not lining things up correctly. All right. So it's kind of interesting. Twitch. So if we go into Twitch, and if you go into your let's see. Mute myself there. Well, of course it doesn't show while I'm. Let's see here. I'm going to go in here. Yeah, and then if we go to settings, channel. Schedule, feature, content. Yeah, here we go. So sure enough, Twitch has got auto hosting, which I do. Right, I auto host channels. So the idea is if you come to TaleLearnCode when I'm not streaming, you'll see someone else, right? And you notice because I'm a member of the live coders, so I've got it set to include team channels in your host list, which is great. And I can set up my host list, and so I can put people who I want to favor more. But the problem is, and then what I'll do is so basically if someone goes offline, hey Oren, how's it going? Someone goes offline, then it'll pick the next person in line, or it'll pick someone from live coders. Well, the problem is like, on the live coders, you got folks that stream like 8 hours for a whole stream, right? And so it like misses a lot of folks who I'd like to promote more, right? So what I'd like to do is I'd like to build a component, a host manager that would, kind of, good thinking if I should go stream right now. But yeah, so I mean, so I like to build a host manager, and like I said, this is what I'm working Friday during my all-day stream. But I like to have something that, basically it will ping to see, if basically if it's displaying from a default, like from the team, like every 5 minutes or every 10 minutes, I don't know. I'll think of a interval. It'll go check to see if one of my, my listed people are streaming, and then I'll switch to that instead. All right, because I want to highlight those folks. Right, those are people who I want to highlight. A lot of them are on the are within live coders, but not all of them are. Right, and prime example. And granted, I can always go and change this, but prime example, when I'm doing Bricks with Chat, right? I mean, Bricks with Chat is, it's in my host list, right? You see it right up top. But if it was already streaming someone who's doing like an all-day stream on the live coders, it won't even switch over to my own, right? And like I said, I can go in there. You're able to change your host. So that's what I'm working on Friday. Today we're going to work more on Lego Master. I really like to get some progress on that. It's been going kind of slow. I did want to highlight a couple of user groups coming up this week or next, because there's some good stuff coming up that either I'll be attending, running, or speaking at. So tomorrow night, and here I'll give these links here. So this is for Tulsa.net. So they're going to have Michael Perry come in and talk about immutable architectures. And sure enough, Michael Perry has written a book about immutable architectures. This is something he's really given a lot of thought about. And he's a really good speaker. Always enjoy listening to him speak and or talking to him, right? And he's also a good person to know and talk to. So, that's going to be tomorrow night. That will be at 6 p.m. Central, so 7 p.m. Eastern. And I know I plan on being there. And sure enough, Tulsa, very much like Louisville.net, they do the social activities afterwards. They have a tendency to stay on late. I know I'm probably not going to stay on that late tomorrow night because I want to get some good rest for my, potentially, the goal was 25-hour stream. We'll see if my wife actually lets me finish 25 hours. Yes, it should be, like I said, this should be a really good talk. So that's tomorrow night. A couple things next week. So the first one, and again, I'll give these links here. So this is the Columbus App Dev user group. So this is going to have this guy Chad Green speaking. I'm going to be doing a presentation about Azure Communication Services. Somehow I'm going to get that presentation ready. I don't have a slide yet. I'll get some slides put together. But so Azure Communication Services is a new service. It's actually still in preview. They haven't even supposed to go general availability sometime this month because they said this quarter. Actually, I need to pull that. I mean, because they talked about it at Ignite, and I need to pull that out again to make sure I had that right, that it was this quarter. But so yeah, the primary thing I'm going to talk about, that I'll spend the most time about, is sending and receiving SMS messages or text messages, and some interesting things we can do with this. Talking about some expression I've been doing for where I work, right? So that should be an interesting talk. That'll be Monday, March 15th at 6 p.m. Eastern to 8 p.m. So I will say, that does mean TaleLearnCode will not start, right at 8 p.m. most likely. And, hopefully, sure enough, Monday, so this past Monday, the other day, I was going to stream after, I was speaking for Austin.net, and I was fully intending on getting up on TaleLearnCode, but actually I got a headache, and that's why I didn't come online. I was like, yeah, I'm not going to be very good with headphones on, trying to concentrate. I would like to say I got some sleep, but that wasn't the case. I still went to bed at like 12:15 or something because I was doing some other stuff around the house that needed to be done. But so anyway, that's Monday, March 15th. Tuesday, March 16th. Again, I will be speaking, and this time I will be speaking at the Dallas and Austin Azure meetup. Here, I'm going to point that link here. And at this one, I'm going to be doing my Hitchhiker's Guide to the Cosmos. So I'll be talking about Cosmos database, or Cosmos DB, I should say. And in particular, one of the interesting things about Cosmos is Cosmos actually supports 5 different data models. Actually, technically 7, the way how Microsoft counts it. But 5 are the main ones that we're looking at. And so I'll talk about those different data models and why you would choose one over the other, what are the benefits of them and so forth. So that's I really like that talk. I've been giving that talk for about 2 years now. And because I still find a lot of people just do not know a lot about Cosmos. So it's still, still a popular talk. So that will be, like I said, that will be Tuesday, March 16th. And then one more thing to promote. So this is Louisville.net. And so we will have Harold Pilcher, who, not unusual, see Harold raid into TaleLearnCode, in a couple hours. I'm not saying he will raid tonight, but it's not unusual for him to raid us. And he's going to be doing a talk about basically doing .NET 5 on Raspberry Pi. So that should be really cool, right? To, see things, work a little bit different way. Just notice my green screen's off there. There we go. And then, and again, we, that starts at 7 p.m. Eastern, and then we will stick around afterwards and do social period, for however long people want to stick around, right? So some really good user groups meetings in the next week. 3 of which I'm directly involved with because I'm either running it or I'm speaking at them. But then, like I say, Michael Perry is a really good speaker. I do highly recommend him. Hold on a second. I've got my email open up. Oops, let's click that button real quick. Try that again. Click that button. Hey, Frank, how's it going? Let me get my email closed. Just because I don't want Outlook running while I'm streaming. All right, here we go. So some really good, talks coming up. I will say, talking about my groups that I'm running, I am actually in the middle of talks with several people about some really cool presentations. And to include, like, for example, in April for Louisville.net, we're going to have, and I'm drawing a blank on the guy's name right now, but he's actually one of the program managers for C#. And it actually boils down to Microsoft, the C# team in particular, had a presentation not too long ago for MVPs. And the title was something like, how do we ensure that C# doesn't crush on its own weight, right? And it was based upon a conversation that happened in the MVP email list, right? Because there were some questions like, look, we keep on adding more and more stuff to C#. Are we going to cause problems with C#? And, tell you what, the C# team did a really good presentation. And you're going to get a modified version because there was obviously some stuff that was NDA in that conversation. Actually, right now, it's still on the NDA. We're not allowed to talk about the presentation. So that will be April. I do not have it on here yet. I just got it's not on the website yet, but April 15th, that will be. I just actually got final confirmation yesterday about the session details. So maybe tonight after I'm done, or maybe tomorrow, I'll get that up on the website. I definitely want it up there before next Thursday. So we've got that. We've got Eve, and I'm drawing a blank her last name, from Progress Software, TaleLearc, coming in June to talk about Fiddler. I have a certain member of the Azure, because I also have an Azure group. Those are .NET. I actually have a certain member of the Azure Cloud Evangelist team, or Cloud Developer Relations team, who should be speaking. Just waiting to get confirmation on that, right? And so we're really working on some really good sessions coming up in the next couple months. So one other final thing to talk about. And I just noticed we still say Copalooza 2020 on the site title. I need to change that. Copalooza 2021. I officially have it announced, although we still need, if you're an attendee, if you attended a previous Copalooza, you have not received an email yet, but we did tweet about it earlier today. So Copalooza 2021 is going to happen. It's going to be August 18th to 20th. It is going to be online. Really boils down to, I talked to city officials, state officials. I talked to, the venue. I talked to other conference organizers, and there's just really too much uncertainty at this point to try to hold an in-person event. And inside baseball, for me to even say, well, we're going to try to do an in-person event, and maybe we'll fall back to a virtual event. And I know some events, that's what they're trying right now. For us, and we're not the only one in this type of situation, we have to sign a very expensive contract that locks me into a deal. And basically, I would have to guarantee more money than we're going to raise running a virtual event. I'll tell you what, the virtual event's not that cheap either for us to run. But so that's coming up. We're going to be working on getting some really good speakers. We usually have really good speakers. If you go to CPL 21 or 20, that's why it wasn't popping up. And actually, I'm about to. Right now, you still have to sign in to get to. Maybe I'm already signed in. Maybe I already took the sign off. Maybe you don't have to sign anymore. I can't remember if I turned that off yet or not. If I should have taken off that button. But like here you can see like the sessions we had for 2020, right? So really good sessions, and you see there were a lot of sessions. This is just in 1 hour, right? There's 11 periods like this, right? I don't know why that picture's not coming up. But it's some really good speakers talking about all kinds of good stuff, right? Not just .NET. We are primarily a Microsoft-focused conference, but we so it's going to be online. So it'll be virtual. So from my house, I guess. Our venue is the Hyatt downtown, but just too much uncertainty. So, like I said, it'll be online again this year. We're really certain that next year will definitely be in person. Now, green logo looks like the correct tag. Oh, really? So sure enough. Now, I will say it is funny, Frank. A lot of people get confused by our logo because they don't realize actually Louisville uses the fleur-de-lis as its symbol. Because we do have a French background. our name of our city. The reason why everyone calls it Louisville is because it's named after King Louis, right? So we have a very heavy French background. And in the color, we had to pick colors, and shocker that I picked green, right? It's our primary color. Can't imagine why I would ever pick green. But if you're interested in speaking, we should be opening up call for speakers probably next week, if not next week, the week after. But my goal is to get it. I have a couple things I need to get set up. well, my goal is to have that up and running next week. Now I have to look at. I got to admit, I don't know the Quebec flag. I see what you're saying with the fleur-de-lis. Yeah, it's not. It's also not unusual for people to think that the Coppola is in New Orleans, right? And again, because of fleur-de-lis. See, and I actually don't think. Hey, C-Films. I don't even know what our flag looks like. Flag. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Now I remember our flag. So as you can see, we also have a fleur-de-lis in our flag. So I'm doing awesome, C-Films. Thank you for asking that, right? I really do appreciate that. It's been a busy, I tell you, it has been a busy couple weeks. I will be glad, I gotta admit, I'll be glad when March is done. Just so much stuff going on. I'm in the middle of doing, yes, it was from France. You had an interview today. How did it go? But yeah, I was gonna say, I'm in the middle of 4 presentations in 4 weeks. 4 different presentations. Now, 2 of them, yes, it's been 365 days. I know that all too well. But yeah, so 4 different presentations. Like I say, the one I'm giving on Monday is completely brand new, and I'm still trying to figure out that technology. That's great to hear, C-Films. I hope you get it. I mean, since you said it went great, it also sounds like you liked what you heard from them. So I hope you get that. Do I do data viz? Not really. I mean, I do a little bit of it, but not really to any extent. And really boils down to I'm the one who builds the data that you use for your visualizations, right? I'm the one who formulates that data and gets an API for you to grab that data and so forth. All right, so let's look at the code. The bad part is I've missed the last couple stream days. Like I said, Monday, I had a headache after presenting, and so I decided not to come on stream. And last Friday I missed because I was at the office, left the office a little bit late, which was fine. But then, actually, we didn't. We're Catholic, and so it's Lent, and so you don't eat meat, and on Fridays, and we didn't have anything to eat. So I went out to, of all places, Long John Silver's. Not the best seafood in the world, but it does the job. I was in the drive-through line for a good 45 minutes or so, maybe longer, and so I finally got back to the house at like 6:45, right? And I, dinner time is my time with my wife. And who is Long John Silver? Long John Silver is a fast food seafood restaurant, but which is exactly what it sounds like as far as quality, right? It's fast food, seafood, right? But like I said, it's not horrible, right? I've definitely had worse. But so dinner time is it's my wife's time, right? That's when wife and I will eat. A lot of times we'll watch a TV show or a movie or whatever, and talk and such, and so we, what was it? What did we watch last Friday? I forgot. It wasn't anything. I don't know Ivers. It wasn't anything. It wasn't like an earth-shattering movie, but we watched a movie and had fun with it. Ivers. I don't know this. I see it's Ivor's birthday. Let's see what... this looks like it probably... Well... Oh, fish bar. So about the same. You like the Hush Puppies? Yeah, so I mean, Long John Silver's. It's like, here's Long John Silver's, right? I mean, you know, for seafood and everything, it's a good price, all right? You get a lot of food. You know, like I say, it's not the highest quality seafood. But, you know, it definitely does the job. All right. So, all right, for those who are new or haven't visited as often, so Lego Master is this application we've been trying to work on to manage Lego parts. You know, so, you know, once you start really getting into the Lego bug, which I'm definitely into the Lego bug without a doubt. You know, you want to do some custom things or modifications to your sets and everything. So you'll end up you know, buying pieces and stuff, or like you either, you know, you might purposely buy an extra set, or you might somehow get an extra set, like the promos. You might end up getting multiple promos because you bought multiple things during that promo period and all that kind of stuff. And so you part out those parts. And, you know, even, you know, I've been doing Lego now for 2 years. I got back into Lego. It's about 2 years ago that I bought my first set as an adult. But it's really like the last 4 to 6 months, I've really gotten into Lego, right? And you know, I'm building a city downstairs. I only have 3 buildings so far. I've got 2 others I need to build. Plan on building more. But even those, like, I've been customizing them, so I buy parts. And already, even just in that short period of time, I've already bought parts that I already had because I didn't think I had them. And so I'm like, oh, here, I want to build this. I need some parts. So I went to the different sites to order them. So, you know, I would love to have, you know, a way to inventory parts, and then I could say, hey, I want to build this. Here's a part list for this I want to build. You know, go through my list and say, oh, you already have these parts. These are the parts you actually need to order. All right. So that's kind of what the goal of this, right? And then just to know how many parts you have, manage that. And it really boils down to, I haven't really seen anything like this out in the community. I've seen like several good websites that will track like your sets you have, and even one like Rubricable.com, which is actually where we're getting our base Lego data. It can even tell you, okay. You can actually give it, here's all the sets you have, and then it'll say, oh, here are all the different alternate builds you could build. It's actually pretty darn cool what it can do. I mean, so that's some of the model I'm thinking of, right? So if we go to Rubricable.com here, and admittedly, I'm actually behind. I need to add some more. I do not have all my sets in here right now. But, if I was to go, let's see here, if I go to my Lego collection, and so here you can see, I definitely have more than 33 sets. I really do need to go in here and update my list. But you can go in here, try to remember where you do this from. I have done this before. Where did it go? I have now forgotten where you do this. There is a... Let's go to build. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. So yeah, I can now click on this. And this is interesting. This actually runs a job, right? So it's not actually doing the search right here. It's actually, of course I'm saying right now I'm not seeing it come up. There's times where it'll show you it's actually queuing up your job and that type of stuff. So it's a neat little system they're doing. This will take a moment, but it'll actually, like I say, it's going to look through all the parts of those 33 sets that I have listed in here, and then it'll tell me what I could build. Here there we go. It actually came up. That was not too slow. So like you can see, here are all the different sets that I could build, and it's really neat because like it'll list, oh, you can build, the percentage you have, right? So, I'm going to grant you a bunch of these up front I'm actually kind of interested in this one. I have not seen this one before. A bunch of these up front are alternate builds, right? So you take that set, build it as an alternate, but you even see, some other sets, right? So I'm not going to try to reproduce this type of functionality. Hey, Ryan, how's it going? But this kind of gives you some of the idea. And I'm just curious. That is pretty cool. Now, how big is this? Not that I want to... I'm not tearing apart my... Oh, that's awesome. Look at this. It also gives you an idea of the size. They have the Michelangelo minifig. Okay, it's shown to the scale this is. Well, so sure enough, this is built off. They're using so it's based off of. This is something that is pretty popular. Is these alternate builds, right? So Coliseum. I think I misspelled that. It's usually smart enough to find it. Yeah, here we go. I actually did spell it right. So it's actually built, it's built off using this set. This is actually the largest official Lego set that has ever been produced. Hey, Ivan, how's it going? And it's gorgeous. I love this set. It just looks so awesome on my shelf, which is why I'm not about to tear it apart. But this is pretty darn cool. I like this. That is also, it's pretty darn tall. If that's a minifig right there, this, like I said, this is pretty darn tall. So, but definitely some. Well, Ivan, I'm glad you're here. I really do mean that. All right, so. The Batman spaceship. Are you talking about the Batman wing? Or Batwing? I really am interested in getting that one. The Millennium Falcon, especially if you talked about the big one, the $800 one. That is like, kind of like my bucket list type thing. So I would love to have that at some point. That is an amazing set. It is so detailed in there. It's big. It's massive. Let's see here. Yeah, exactly right. That's got to be really big. Yeah, those. Yeah, the Batwing is a really neat set, and I gotta admit, at first I wasn't all that crazy about it. All right. So here's the Batwing, and it's so funny. As it on its stand that it comes with, I was kind of like, it's all right. It looks cool, right? It would be fun to build. Because I did build, this one right here, the Batmobile. I really had a lot of fun building that. And it looks great. But I gotta admit, I didn't like it so much like this. But the interesting thing is, you don't see it very well here, but it has a way to put a hook on it, so you can actually hang it. And I'm like, oh, wow, that looks cool. All right. So, yeah, I think sometime this year I'm going to get this. I think so. Although right now, like I say, I'm really on the thing of getting, building up my city. Awesome. Here, you're interviewing for another. I tell you what, I've been talking to some recruiters over the last 2 weeks. I have a bunch of friends who are all of a sudden looking for jobs because of contract negotiations, and Gotham City. It's funny you say that. Not really, but I kind of think about that. Frank, I need to update. I do, but actually I've been kind of bad about I need to get some updated pictures. Like here you can see where I was building a police station. There's like my corner garage. So here you can kind of take a look at this picture here because you can kind of see the space I'm building in. This is after I built my first building. So I do have an overall plan. Like I say, I'm trying to, because there's only so many buildings that are current released of these modular buildings. And I'll tell you, they're expensive. I will say I do also have construction scenes because I built a mobile crane and I use that as a build up a scene. So yeah, it's pretty cool here. So Lego modular buildings. So as you can see, there's a bunch of them, right? And I have been looking. I actually have a spreadsheet of like prices because these things are expensive. Make a movie with my Lego? No, I don't. I'm not that creative. Like I say, I am trying to do a little bit of creativity with the pictures I take. Although I'm bad about social media. Like I'll take pictures and I won't take pictures. Yeah, here you can see my Coliseum. But I need to be better about taking pictures. Because I do like taking the pictures. And it's funny because like my family, like especially my father actually asked me a lot for pictures. So I really do need to take pictures more often because he's down in Florida, so it's not like he can come by my house and come see him. So, all right. I'm trying to remember. I did do a little bit since we last talked about this on stream. Hey, Ryan, thank you for that shout out there. And sure enough, like say Friday, we'll be doing that all-day stream. Like I said, my goal is 25-hour stream. It's my birthday stream. And I'll be swapping back and forth between coding and Lego. Is the goal with that. So what? Oh, I know what I started working on. Let's see here. I was starting to think about how do I wanted to start getting. Well, hold on. Before I even show that diagram, this is the hard part when you don't work on something for I haven't worked on it since last Monday. Well, I did a little bit. Like I said, I did a little bit last Tuesday. Which is bad. So I at least got some services in here. Now services as in service code, I do not have the APIs written for this yet, but that's easy because it's just a matter of call this stuff here. And I say API, I'm probably not going to actually build out a specific API for this project. I'm gonna try to do Blazor because I really want to learn Blazor more and more. But so I do have at least my searching built up, and again, this is using a Gremlin database, hence this weird syntax right here. So I got those written, and then what I was trying to get to the point, I was like, all right, let's start get an inventory, right? And I want to at least first get inventory of sets, right? Because I figured the sets are a little bit easier, and I can use that to figure out that, because parts are going to come from different places. I can either just buy parts, which I do, right? I mean, I'll go to places like Bricklink and buy parts. Or, like I say, I might pull it out of a set. Or, the other thing, I mean, most sets have extra pieces. And actually, the data we know what those extra pieces are. And so, kind of what I want to do is I want to say, okay, I have the set of my inventory. I've now built it. And then I want to do something like, okay, integrate, take those spare parts, because I know what those spare parts are. And then, put that into my parts inventory, right? So I started thinking about, okay, how am I going to make this work? And that's what I was drawing here. So, if we take out these 3 boxes here, and these helpers, well, Frank, you were mentioning 2 people who would be much better helpers than I would be. Like I say, so far I've done the Blazing Pizza tutorial, but even that, I did that 4 or 5 months ago. But I really do, so where I'm at for my day job, we're in the middle of rebuilding a lot of apps. We're getting ready to start rebuilding a lot of apps, and we had some really good discussions about what to use. And some of the apps they've already built, they built using MVC, and I want to get us away from MVC. It's just so heavy. And we talked about Razor versus Blazor, and talking to I had a really good conversation with CTO the other day about this, and we were at his point. It was like, hey, that sound, because I was talking about, well, if we do Blazor, we can get these benefits, and and I was like, and plus that's the developers I have, right? Or that we have. I shouldn't say I don't have any developers, but he was like, yeah, but you know what? His point was, it's a whole lot easier for us as a company to hire, front end developers, right? JavaScript, HTML, CSS developers, than it is to hire C# developers. And the biggest, because there's a shortage there's a shortage everywhere, right? But in Louisville, there's definitely a shortage of C# developers. And I was like, I couldn't really argue that point, but I was like, well, I don't want to shut the door on Blazor, because there's already some talk of, we're doing web apps right now, but some of the stuff that are going to be building, I am recommending Razor over MVC. I just find Razor to be more lightweight, a little bit easier to get it if you haven't. I think, especially once we start hiring for web stuff, I think we are going to be hiring code level folks. But so Matthew, you're using web forms. So all right, so Matthew's comment right there is exactly why we're looking to not use MVC. No, wrong application. So this one here. So this one here works on web forms as his job, trying to get MVC, right? And I bet you're having some issues with it, right? And it's because it's not straightforward. It's not obvious, right? So a lot of these applications, not a lot, almost all of these applications these legacy applications we're rewriting are web forms. And because, some of them are 17 years old now, right? At least the very beginnings of them. And the company just kind of stuck web forms for a long time. And some of the stuff that they built before I joined the company, they did MVC, right? It was done with offshore development, and so they did MVC. And MVC, I mean, MVC is good. I mean, I'm not saying MVC is bad. But I tell you, when I have a bunch of folks who are experienced at web forms, right? The move to Razor is a lot simpler, right? Because it's there's a lot of similarities in the way how web forms works and the way how Razor is developed. Not the way how it works, but the development methods are very similar. Anatomic, like I say, is more lightweight. And sure enough, I mean, if you look, if we go to ASP.NET, and actually, I know there's a quicker way of doing this, but yes, Razor is in Razor Pages. Exactly. That's what I mean by that. Let's see here. Oh, they used to make this easier to get to. All right, so yeah, so here's interesting. If I go to the Getting Started with ASP.NET MVC, right, you'll see here this tutorial. I think it's bigger. This tutorial teaches ASP.NET MVC, core MVC web development with controllers and views. If you're new to ASP.NET Core web development, consider the Razor Pages version of this tutorial. Provides an easier starting point, right? And it's funny because this has kind of been a quiet recommendation from Microsoft for like the last, at least 4 years that I haven't seen this recommendation. I don't see them officially come out and say it. You don't hear, you don't see it like the build or the ignite or that type of stuff. But like I said, right here in the documentation. So yeah, but so sure enough, so one of the reasons why we're going to go to Razor, or we're attempting to. I'm actually working on a project right now. I'm actually having problems with authentication right now, and I just found out today that because so basically I need help from my offshore developers because they're the ones that built it. I'm like, okay. I'm probably missing something stupid, right? And so, and I found out today, I knew I wouldn't get a response right away when I sent the email because time zone differences. But then I found out tomorrow is a national holiday in India, so I won't get a response tomorrow either. I'm like, oh, well. But yeah. So one of the reasons why we're going to Razor is because it'll be a whole lot easier if and when we decide to move to Blazor or put some stuff into Blazor, because we don't have to put everything in there, we could do it. And one of the things that I'm really excited about with Blazor is one of the parts we haven't started moving, because we just bought a company. And we're still the deal is closed, but we haven't started the integration of their software. And we bought them. I mean, we bought them for their people, but more importantly, we bought them for their software. And I've already been told that we will definitely be rebuilding it. I have not seen the code yet, but I've been told it's kind of interesting. That is an application that a desktop-based application would be good, along with a web-based application, right? And so, Blazor with .NET 6, that's one of the goals of .NET 6, is to be able to do desktop applications with Blazor. Let's see here. So McNary says, it waffled between Razor Pages and Angular. Yeah, so really good points. So it's funny. I never really got too much into Angular. I tried to get into it. This would have been in 2016. Before it was rewritten, before TypeScript was completely rebuilt and all this, or Angular was rebuilt, not TypeScript so much. And I was told, I was like, yeah, you just you tried to pick it up at the wrong time, right? Because I was like, oh my God, it was just such a mess, and really, there wasn't good documentation, all this good stuff. Now, the company that I left in October, all our front, well, not all of our front end, 98% or whatever. We have one small little application that was an MVC app, but everything else was Angular. Now, I shouldn't say, I mean, that's not like we didn't have MVC, because actually we were using Web API, which is MVC. So there's some real power with it, but I tell you, what I find with Angular and what I find with the JavaScript front end, so this is why we're still having discussions about this, right? Because, and actually I have a one-on-one with my CTO tomorrow, so I will probably bring this up again, because at least in my experience with TypeScript, and I don't mean me personally, I mean me as a development leader. It takes a really good front end developer to do the Angular and do it right, to do it well, right? It's something that's fast and just works, right? And prime example, I mean, I'm looking at the stuff that some of our contract work has done for us, and
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
it'd be nasty. Welcome. And it's not using Angular, but it's using JavaScript. I mean, JavaScript is, it's easy to develop JavaScript. It's hard to develop good JavaScript, is my opinion. So, all right. So, look at this again. We can keep on talking about this too, right? I mean, I'll keep on with whatever chat goes with. But so look at this. So I was trying to figure out how am I going to store this, right? Because how do I say that a developer, that a Lego owner has an own set, has an own part. And what I came up with is I think I need another vertex, right? Another object that represents this. Now, you know what? This link is wrong. It should be that way. And again, in graph databases, the direction of your link matters. Stored at. Yeah, I got this one wrong too. I mean, this is only for thought purposes, but it still should be correct. And then owns like the title of that link or that relationship. It's actually called an edge in graph databases. So this is kind of what I'm thinking about. Now, the other thing I'm thinking about is I was also trying to think about. So right now, what we have is a whole container that is basically the catalog. So basically, outside of own part, own set, and storage, right? We have I'm missing that too. We have this in a catalog, right? And this model right here. And what I have done in the past is like I'll copy a catalog over for a customer, right? But I don't think that's going to make sense in this condition for a couple of reasons. Usually when I do that, it's basic lookup lists that don't change very often, and so forth. In this case, I mean, Legos were they're releasing sets every month, right? Because that's part of the way how Lego makes money, right? Keep on releasing sets, so you can never, it's really hard to get all the sets. So I think what I'm thinking I'm doing is, look at this model. When we, and this is the start of what the users database will look like. All this has more. But at that point, I'll copy over the particular set or the particular part, All right, and the details about that is what I'm going to do. But that's part of what we need to think about this. All right, so own set, and then I did come up with, and of course, you all know me, I do a lot of work in Notepad. So here was my, whoops, mouse is still acting up on me. So here's what I was thinking as far as what properties are being here. And actually, at first, let's look at owned set, because I'm gonna build that first. Well, here's actually, and I don't really think about this immediately, but as we're wrapping up own set, one of the things to think about is do we go ahead and say, okay, I own that set, so I also own all these parts, or do I do that? Is that an action I take? I'm going to part out this set, and then there you go. There's all the parts. Because I could do that, and I can make the storage be like the own set. I need to think about that. I see benefits either way. All right, so let's start designing our. We've got an initial set here. I'm gonna move this over here. So let's go ahead and create our domain object for own set. Come on, Visual Studio. Come on. You can do it. There we go. So owned set. Exactly. Yeah, that's actually problems with my hard drive. I've got to replace that C drive. All right, so we're going to have a public class owned set. And so we're just gonna bring in these properties. So public string set ID, public string set number, set name, and again, this is a NoSQL database, so we end up denormalizing the data, right? So that's why, like, I have set number and set name in here, right? I don't want to have to go look that up on another query, because you don't have the ability to join. Although actually with Gremlin, I can do a little bit more with that, but I still generally build my databases the same way. It still makes the queries faster. All right. Now this is the other thing. I'm going to put it like this. I don't know if this makes sense to have quantity. Or I should just create, if I own multiple sets, maybe I should just create multiple vertex objects. I'm thinking about that. I think that's going to make more sense. Okay. For now, we're just going to store this like this. I probably need to go ahead and work on storage also while we're doing this. Storage name. And actually, I'm doing this. I'm actually going to change this model a little bit here. Let's, let's close all but this. Just a second. Not so sure my basketball team is going to make it to the tournament. Have a good team, but we just can't seem to win anything recently. Let's go ahead and add. Goodness gracious. There we go. And again, that slowness in Visual Studio is not... Oh, I already have a storage. Okay. Okay, I didn't... Okay, I guess I already wrote this class. Well, good. Which also reminded me, I forgot I was using that IND. Wait a second. Am I... Okay, yeah. Why was I doing that? Try to remember discriminator. Why am I using discriminator? I usually use that for... I usually use discriminators for... in Cosmo for like the core API, not for Cosmo, or for... Where is that even at? Oh, that's okay. That's just my little test app. I'm not worried about what that's showing. Okay. Oh, okay. Because I'm grabbing it here. This is where I'm using the discriminator. So my, just verify one more thing here real quick. Because I gotta admit, I really don't actually remember putting discriminators in here. This one. Oh, you know what? This reminds me. While I'm thinking about it real quick. Because I did not do this last night. I need to delete this resource group real quick. That's for my presentation. Not last night, but Monday night. Okay. All right, so I just want to look at this data real quick. See, I don't have discriminator here. So, okay, I have that discriminator value in there, but I'm not... I guess what I was doing, but I don't know why I called it that. I mean, it's essentially... little label. But I don't know why I didn't call it labels instead. That's kind of what I'm curious about. All right. I'll keep with that. I might change that name because a better name would be labels. I mean, to the point, I'm going to change that. Because that's really what they are. They're labels. Now, in a like I said, in a document database, in the core database in Cosmos, I would call them discriminators because it's a good way to put multiple document types in the same container. Is to have like that discriminator, so I know, okay, that's a color, that's a category, and so forth. But like I say, Gremlin has labels, right? I mean, it's built into the system. It's essentially the same thing as what that discriminator is serving. Okay, I'm just trying to remember some things I'm doing here. Yeah, I'm going to rename this to label. I just think that's just better. I like that better. All right. Make sure, even though I did the refactoring, just make sure everything still builds. It does not. That's always fun. All right, so I also really do not remember creating but maybe I did this last Tuesday because like I said, I was doing a little bit of work last Tuesday on this. Do I know anything about SEO? I mean, not enough to give a whole lot of advice. I mean, the big things are, you want to make sure you have good metadata, so like your description and your tags. Of course, that might be outdated advice. I know, and I know on the big things with the whatchamacallit, the search engines is how many links you have going into your pages, right, and your site, because it makes it a more reputable site. But generally, that's what I have marketing people to tell me, what should be going in there. All right, so in here I have ID, user ID, label, comments, storage name. Okay, so yeah, that's a storage. Okay, yeah, so what I'm going to do here, I'm going to change this up just a little bit. So we're going to have our own set, which, sure enough, that did remind me I need ID. And I'm going to go ahead and grid. What am I doing wrong? There we go. I'm going to go ahead and just set that ID right there. Okay, we're going to entity. So give me whatever I'm missing. Put these up top, so they're right there. Okay, and again, label will return. All right. So he already did some stuff. Okay, so this is going to equal labels.owned set. There's the ID, and then we're going to that. Okay. So what we'll do next on here, I'm going to add new item, and just curious about something here real quick. This label thing has got me throwing my for a loop. No, okay, yeah, okay. I was just trying to think of how that deserializes. It deserializes fine. It's not in the database, but when it initializes to that value. Okay, all right. I'm just checking myself with that. All right, so yeah, this will work right. Oh, that's right. Okay. I need to do it this way. Or yeah, this is fine. Okay. What I was thinking was, like storage, right? So I don't want the whole storage object, right? I don't want all of this, right? I don't want the comments. And that type of stuff. But I do want, I want the storage name, I want the label, and the ID, so I can go look it up. If the application has a need, maybe they go grab those comments, right? It can then go look it up, right? I was thinking like creating an object, a smaller object for just those three, but actually, the way how Gremlin works, that wouldn't work as well. Now, if I was doing again, that core database, then it would make more sense to do it that way. But for here, we'll keep it like this. Okay, so that own set is own set. That works. All right, so now go back into our services, and we're going to add a new class, and we're going to call this. What are we going to call this? Well, it's inventory service, at least for now. I can always rename it. Just looking at this a little bit here. Yeah, try to have a gremlin handler. I want to make sure that. Okay, so we're gonna. Public class, inventory service, and it was gremlin handler, so read only. Why is that not private? Private read only gremlin handler. Okay. Then we're going to have our destructor, take in a gremlin handler, and again that way I can use dependency injection, and it'll just inject that for me once I get to the point of building that part. So gremlin handler equals gremlin handler. All right, and then okay, I don't know why that's still grayed out, but that's all right. And we're going to probably have to add some methods to Gremlin Handler. Because right now, let's see. Right now, what do we have in there? We have... we have dispose, get first to default, get list, get dictionary, submit request. All right, well, I'm just going to call submit request as well. I end up calling, well, no, that's a private method. Why did I make that private? I probably want submit request to be public. Oh, that's right. I now remember why I did this. I needed this in here so I could deserialize it correctly. Well, it's funny when you don't touch software for like a week and a half, you forgot the way how you were building this thing. I forgot that we had domain objects and we have vertex objects. Well, especially when you talk about software development, right? And I am working, professionally. I'm working on 5 projects right now, so it's a little bit hard to keep everything in line. Well, let me look at this again real quick. Try to remember here. So here we return a part, which is a domain object. But I have the vertex object, a part, which represents this. And that's why I have this, which essentially is a mapper, is essentially what this is. Handling the fact that they can be null. Okay, well, so we need to create class, and we'll have owned set vertex. I'll move this over here so I can look at it for reference. So this is being internal. Because I don't share, this is all used internally. Gremlin object base. Now I will say a future project is to bring back, one time I was working on a Gremlin ORM, and then life got busy. I really want to pick that back up. I was really hoping to present that at a conference in October, but that conference got canceled. Doesn't mean I can't still try to present it, sometime later this year. But that was it's interesting. Makes me kind of wonder some things. Maybe they only canceled for me because, it is interesting when I go to it. They don't mention anything. So it was a European Cloud Conference, and it still says it's happening. But I got an email saying that they're canceling. which is interesting because they have not changed this information at all. But I was really hoping to present that ORM there. All right, so let's see here. I'm going to JSON property name, Gremlin property names, properties. And I'm sort of remember. So some of what I'm doing here, I eventually would like to automate with an ORM, which I'm also. I mean, I think I'm on a better path than I was before. Because I admittedly, I kind of got too deep into Entity Frameworks code, trying to think, okay, how could I use the kind of model that Entity Framework did to do an ORM? I wasn't going to just build a provider because that didn't make sense. And I really think I kind of got too deep into that. Deserialize as owned set. But I do think I can take some of this, and even right now, this is all hard-coded. This gives me a model of how to build that whatchamacallit, that ORM. Convert, deserialize, owned, set vertex. I'm just curious here. Okay, let me. Okay. So, like for example, what I'm doing in here, I have this internal static. No, looking at the wrong thing. Internal class set properties. I'm sorry, own set properties. Vertex property base, and basically I'm taking the JSON that I get back from Cosmos, and I know for a fact that basically it's going to have the properties in an area. So this is what I'm doing, right? Well, when I build that ORM, instead of having to write this code like I'm doing on here, I can use reflection to dynamically build these classes. I will say, as more I write this code, I'm remembering more and more of the way how this was working. All right, so I don't know how much I like having this all in one place, but I guess it makes sense. You can always refactor that later. All right, so own set. I don't even have that open right now. Just trying to remember what I'm doing with the. I know why I don't have ID in these properties, but why do I not have user ID? User ID. I am. Oh, because Gremlin property name, not that one. Because Gremlin object base has ID, label, type. Okay. Type. What do I put in a type? I put in the label. Why didn't I get... Oh, no. Again, because I'm remembering it's a JSON coming back. So the JSON comes back. One of the values in that JSON is type. And type is either vertex or it's edge. Right? All right. Slowly but surely, I'm remembering how I was doing this code. Okay, so I want to copy, or you know what, I'll just put this over here. I've got stuff all over the place that I'm looking at as I write this code. All right, so now we have, yeah. Also, it would help if my mouse would be nicer to me. Well, for heaven's sakes. Oh well. Let's see here. Go to here. So we've got set ID, which is not in here yet. String set number. How do I not already? I do have set number. Oh, okay, hold on. I thought I had this in alphabetical order. I do not. That's what was confusing me. Okay. Usually when I do these kind of lists, I put them in alphabetical order. Okay, so I need set ID. Name is there. Oh, quantity. I'm gonna take that quantity out. We're not gonna. If you're gonna have multiple copies of a set, you'll have multiple multiple vertices representing each individual set. I think that's going to make more sense because it could be in different places, right? And that's one of the reasons to do that. String. So set name I should have. I do not. String name comments. Internal. Oops. String storage ID equals storage ID. Internal structure string storage name. And this here, I said this isn't necessarily the best code in the world, but it's better than having all that hard coded. Hey, Kademo, good evening, welcome. All right. Property name, Gremlin property names dot Set ID. And then the reason why these are list is because in Gremlin, a property can have multiple values, which is, you can use it for some, you can do some interesting stuff with the fact that a property can have multiple values. So like you could have a list, a property that stores a list, right, which is really nice. Although I admittedly find I rarely use it that way, but it is there for when you need it. Random property names. Okay, let's see, set name. Property name. Next one is going to be okay, name is already up there. Yeah, that'll be in the base. So we'll do actually comments. Storage label. Storage label. And then last one in here, well, last one before I add another property. Property base, names, storage label. I already have storage label, storage name. All right. What I also want to add in here real quick, I'm going to add in a decimal and we'll purchase price. Like keep track of that. Yeah, how much did we pay for something? And I can see later on adding like current value or that type of thing, but right now I don't want to tackle that at this point because I think it would be better if I could. I wonder if like in Bricklink, because Bricklink has a way to like get you, like the current if you were to sell it, what the average price it's selling for. So kind of like to see, I bet you there's an API to get that, and that would be cool to have in there. All right, I wanted to go back to this one. I do use Excel a lot. Property names dot purchase. Tell you what, you can do some pretty powerful things in Excel. Yeah, exactly. Yes, I know about pivot tables. But admittedly, I don't use Excel for that type of functionality. Usually once I get to that point, I've written it to a database. How do you set up a pivot table? I'd have to look it up again. It's been a while. I don't think it's that hard though. I mean, when I say I don't, I mean I do use them, but I'd be doing stuff like this, looking it up because, well, actually, I don't do that anymore. I used to. The link to that. Let's see here. Here you go. I used to, so Codepalooza, right? My conference I run. I used to keep its budget in Excel, and I actually used a pivot table for that because I had a whole bunch of worksheets that represented different parts of the budget, and so revenue, and then different kinds of revenue, and then but then I would have stuff like venue cost and catering cost, and so I had all. It's actually a pretty interesting spreadsheet I had built out, and I still use some of that because like it would know, okay, if I currently have 700 attendees, here's what my costs are. Because I literally go one place, type in the number of attendees I currently have, and they would do all the math and tell me right away how much trouble I was in, or hopefully not in, right? But I've actually have gone to Quicken, or QuickBooks I should say, because I needed some things that QuickBooks has. I tell you, I kind of like Excel better for the actual budget, which is why I still use Excel for the base of the budget. But managing the finances of that company is done through QuickBooks. All right, so now we've got that. So now we're going to do if vertex type equals gremlin labels vertex and vertex label equals gremlin labels. Okay, that's not actually what I want. Owned set, and these are in alphabetical order. Internal. And the other one I wanted was storage. I'm not building all these all at the same time, but might as well go ahead and put them all in here. Hey Scott, how you doing? Been a little while since I've seen you. Well, see your name on my chat. No, your interview next week is about Excel. Okay. So Scott, how you doing? How's school been? How's life been going? Have I seen you elsewhere? I know I've seen you somewhere on Twitch not too long ago. I don't remember whose channel I saw you on. Port doomed Excel. Hasn't actually, I think that's actually been done, hasn't it? Okay, I'm not just going to click on some video that I don't know what it is. See, yeah. See, you were joking around. You know, it's I think it was Curious Drive's channel. I usually do not get to get in his channel too much. It was an Easter egg in Cell 95. Oh goodness. I usually don't get into Curious Drive, although I mean, you know, I highly recommend Curious Drive, especially if you're interested in Blazor. He's actually back doing his videos on Blazor. And he does a good job with those videos. Not that Callow, oh my goodness. I went to the office today. And I get to the office, and you know, I'm getting my computer started up, and you know, I bring my personal laptop in, and usually, you know, that's like what I watch Twitch and stuff on, and I load up Twitch to see see if anyone's streaming, and Callow's streaming. You know, he's like hour 15 of his stream. And I go there, I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Right? And he's like, I just got into it. And all right, Frank, thank you so much. And I did see your email come in. Thank you. I haven't read it yet, but I saw it come in. So thank you so much. But yeah, I was giving him a hard time. I'm like, dude, why? You know, what are you doing? He was just like, well, he was kind of like, I just kind of got into the thing and just kept on going. But the funny thing is, like I said, I was at the office today. So as I get in the office, I see him, and thank you, Ryan, for doing that shout out to Frank. Sure enough, definitely check out Frank. He does a really good show. And make sure you say bonjour to Frank, and you know that is one of his commands. But then I get home. And I mean, it's now, like 6:30 or whatever, and there he is. He's, of course, I mean, you know, it's his normal time, right? You know, and I did have to look to make sure he wasn't still going. But he apparently, he said he wrapped up about 6 a.m. his time, which, you know, so that would have been about 30, 40 minutes after I talked to him on Twitch this morning. And then he slept till about 1, and then he got up and got back on Twitch. I'm like, dude. Of course, I'm saying that, you know, like I say, I'm gonna try to do a 25-hour stream on Friday. That's the goal. What am I in here for? Where am I at? I don't want in here. I want back in here. Okay, so now we're going to say owned set. So if it is a vertex and the label is owned set, we're going to return a new owned set. And here we're going to start sending these IDs. So vertex, or these properties, I should say. Vertex property, user ID, vertex.properties. You know, actually, why am I? Okay, I'm doing something I don't need to do. Let's just be vertex.properties.user ID. It's the primary key, or it's the partition key, I should say. So it has to be there. Oh, yeah. User ID dot 0 dot value. Okay, But for the other things, and I actually would like to figure out a better way of doing this. But like name is going to come like that. So we're going to say, you know, yeah, I really, you know what? I really do not need to check this. The property isn't null. It can't be null because you have to have a user ID. Cosmos won't let you save it that way. Okay. So sure enough, we're saying, okay, does properties, is there a, is name not null? Does name, does any check for null? I don't think so. Determines whether sequence contains any elements. Yeah, so if it's null, it'll error off. Okay, so we're going to check that it's not null. We're going to check that it has something in there, because again, properties is always a list, or always an array, I should say. And then we're going to say if those two conditions are true, then we're going to, you know, give me that first value. All right. Otherwise, we're going to set it to default. Of type will drop nulls. Yeah, but that would just be, I mean, that could be in replace of checking that it's not null. So, all right, so then we're going to have, you know, we're just going to have these other properties in here, right? So we're going to have set ID. So just copy these over. Did I not? Why? I don't know. That's not relevant here. Oh yeah, no. I mean, it was still. It could have potentially be used, but not. I don't think in this condition. What? Why am I getting a red squiggly here? Set properties. Oh, why am I looking at set properties? No, own set. Oh, right here. Yeah, own set. Return new own set. Why? Set properties. Okay, I would agree. Set properties would not contain that. Oh, it's right here. This should be owned set properties. That's why. There was a mistake. Okay. Now I would like to figure out a way. I don't have to write all this code every single time, right? But again, you know, this, you know, when I rewrite this with the ORM, I'll be able to get rid of a lot of this code. Okay, we have set number. Next we have set name. You know, I'm going to go ahead and just put all these in here. We're going to have comments. And sure enough, part of this is because if a property does not have a value, it will be null, and that's part of the reason why we do all these checking, right? That's very valid, or I should say null. It won't even exist, right? Which is why it'll be null in here. Search name. What else do we have? Purchase price. Okay, so. One more. Purchase price. Okay, and then so then we'll just copy in these. Okay, that was set name. Now we have comments. Then we're going to have storage label. Storage name. So I will say, while I'm writing some code, while I'm writing code, if so, I had lunch with an account executive at a recruiting firm. Not that I'm looking. I find it good to have. I mean, not that I'm looking to look. And actually, right now we're not looking to hire. Well, actually, that's not true. We are looking to hire, but I think we about got those filled. But but I was talking to him, and because it's always good to, number one, it's always good to have what convert. Well, you know what? This should be. Sorry, the trying to talk and write code at the same time sometimes doesn't work well. If you are, if you have been thinking about looking, but have been kind of putting it off or whatever, it is like it's been a seller's market for a long time, right? A job, where the job can't, the candidate has more power than the employer. But and this is not the only one I've heard from. I've heard this from the other day from another account exec. They just cannot find people, right? Because there's just not enough people looking. So if you're thinking about looking, now is a good time to look. Let me copy this. And of course, if you're here in the Louisville area, definitely reach out, and I can at least point you to the people you'd want to talk to. Because not all recruiters are just as good. All right, there we go. So we've got that. And then we need to here say else return default. All right, so otherwise it was not an own set, or it wasn't a vertex, basically. All right, so we returned the default. All right, so there's own set. So now coming back to, you're close to graduating, I've definitely, and and I told you all this at the beginning, but definitely anyone I'm mentoring, definitely reach out. Definitely use me as a reference. I do have a good name with the better recruiters in town. I also have a good name with the not so good recruiters, just because I've been around this community a long time. And more importantly is that, I give recruiters honest references, right? So, like for example, I know of a guy who used me as a reference. Probably shouldn't have used me as a reference, to be honest with you. He was a former employee, right? And it was so funny because I was like, what's funny, to this day, I mean, this guy hasn't worked for me for, I don't know, 6 years? 5 or 6 years. And I still will get recruiters, hey, so-and-so left you as a reference. Would you mind telling me what you thought? And of course, my first answer to him was, well, I haven't worked with him in 5 years, so they very well could have improved quite a bit. And then it's not like this person was a bad employee. He just wasn't a top-notch employee, right? I mean, it just boils down to it, Now, and actually, I did not agree with the way how he was let go. But that's a whole nother story that I cannot go into. One, because, well, it would not divulge who I'm talking about, but it would tell you internal secrets that probably companies don't want me talking about. But let's just say some things happens that, it's like, that's not what should have been done. All right, so we have that. So now we're going to go back to inventory service. Oh, no, I want to go to, not to this, I'm going to go to Gremlin Handler. I want to think about this. So we've got these methods to retrieve. So I'm going to look at like get first or default. And sure enough, Ivan, I will also say this. I mean, Code Louisville has a really good program for helping you find employment also. It's one of the reasons why I really like Code Louisville. All right, so all right, well, one, we should go ahead and add the work we just did. So this will be owned set theme vertex, not theme vertex, owned set, not deserialize, owned set vertex, but deserialize owned set JSON as T. Okay, and I like to keep this in alphabetical order. For compile, it doesn't mean anything for compiling. It's just easier to read it that way. Yeah, so this is why I've got to get that ORM working, right? Because there's a lot of work in here. I'm actually surprised. Okay, well. Wait, what was that? Yeah, I don't need a default case in there. It's not going to help me. Well, you know what? I'm kind of curious. Let me see something here. So we'll see something that's not going to do anything. Actually, you should have that in there. Not that it really matters. I'm going to take that out. Just looking at these other methods. Yeah, I'm doing this in every single place. I know why I'm doing every single place, but vertex serialized JSON. Set. All right, there we go. Oops. Add. And did I type color? So what is wrong here? Just because of the casing. Yep. And then that breaks because I don't have the break yet. All right. Hey, buddy. My dog has joined me in my room, in my office here. He'll be on that couch for the rest of the night now. Okay. So now, what I was trying to think, how do I handle creating an object, right? So we haven't done that yet. Yeah, I think we're going to do something very similar to what this is doing here. Actually, I think I could get first or default, because the query would be the add query. When you return it, yeah, okay. I think that's going to work. All right, so let's go to inventory service, and let's do. We'll have a public add, or I'm sorry, we're going to return owned set. And we're gonna call this add set to inventory. And in here we're gonna pass in the own set. How about that soft skill stuff though? Work-related skills, I'm confident in, but I'm not going to impress interviewers if fitting in is a job requirement. So I would say this. One, don't sell yourself short, right? I find it normal in our industry for folks to think they're not going to fit in, right? Because developers, as a general rule, are introverted, all right, and so forth. So I tell you what I have found is your HR departments, they kind of don't really get the people who they're interviewing, and so if they've been doing it for a while, they kind of ignore that fitting in piece for the most part because they're like, yeah, the hiring manager will know better. Right? They're going to look to make sure you're not a total creep, that kind of stuff. But outside of the other parts of it, they're like, yeah, well, we never really know. They're all kind of, quote unquote, they're all kind of weird, right? As far as your hiring manager, again, it depends on who your hiring manager is, right? Because you got those who came through like a project management background, right? And maybe really never did pick up on it, which means they're lacking some soft skills that they need. Or you get folks like myself who came up through the ranks of development, right? And who is a developer, right? Who is a little bit quirky and all that good stuff. Introverted and all. I mean, because believe it or not, I'm actually extremely introverted, right? It's I kind of like Twitch better, right? Because I don't have to actually see y'all's face. This is better than when I go speak at events, but that's because I kind of force myself to do it. But at least it's a mixed bag. Actually, it's funny. I actually much prefer presenting in person than presenting online. But Twitch, I love this, right? Because I'm talking to people that like similar things than I do, that I do. But I'm not actually having to look at you, right? I'm not having to maintain eye contact and all that great stuff. Although that's not 100% true because I got to remember to look at the camera, right? Which is why you'll notice a lot of time. Well, partially because I got so many screens, but it is still. It's not natural for an introverted person to stare at a camera, to be right here the whole time, typing and all that good stuff, right? Done some things to help with that, but. All right, so we're going to have this add set to inventory. And I think I'm going to simply do is that's over here, all right? So, and that's part of the reason why the monitor, the monitor I use for my monitor, for my Twitch monitor, sits over here. It's because I do need to see it in case something goes wrong or what have you, right? But that's why it's actually very distracting because I used to actually have it on the side. I used to when I first started streaming. So I'm actually in front of me is a 49-inch curved screen, and I actually used to have half the screen be, my Visual Studio, my browser, or what have you. And then the other half was OBS, where to monitor everything. And I really found that I found that distracting, right? Because I was seeing myself too much. So that's why. Sorry, because I see the chat come up and I see the quote from Red Fox, and that's just hilarious. But then, about 4 or 5 months ago, I installed the power tools, and one of the power tools is now I forgot the name of it. Where you can lock the screen, where you can lock things into the screen. Fancy zones. And so now, so it happens to be one of the default. I mean, you can Yes, fancy zones. You can actually set up the zones as you want, but let's see here. Let's see if I can type correctly. It's actually Power Toys. Which should be good, because actually Power Toys does not seem to be working right now. Like it's not coming up. Of course, I also have Windows wants to reboot on me, right? I'll do that after we're done here. Which might be the reason why Power Toys isn't coming up. But at any rate, I was just going to try to show you, but one of the defaults it has, they call it the focus mode, all right? And so on your center screen, it divides into 3, but two smaller on the sides, which when you got a 49-inch monitor, those smaller sections are pretty big. And then, and then in the middle, I've got, my, my Visual Studio browsers and what have you. And then I've got the camera right there, right? So it kind of helps me force myself to be looking at the camera, at least better. All right, so here we're gonna, we'll create our query. So we're gonna say string query equals, and let's think how this is gonna work. We're gonna it's gonna be g.add vertice. It's gonna be owned. Let's do this correctly. Start that all over. G.add add vertice. Gremlin labels. There we go. Own set. Okay. Dot. So there, I'm giving it the label, and then we're going to start adding the property values in here. All right. No, so we're going to do dot property, user ID, owned set user ID. Okay. I'm going to come back. I need to finish this up, but I'm going to go ahead and so we're going to say return gremlin handler dot get first or default owned set query, because that should work. 47-inch monitor is big, 47-inch TV is small. Well, yeah, it's funny. So before I got this monitor, I was actually using a 50-inch TV, which was big, right? But this just seems bigger, right? Even though technically it's smaller, right? Because it's the wide, the wide layout as opposed to a 50-inch, TV. But and sure enough, I mean, if you're ever curious, I'm using. It's the, let's see here, Samsung. Yeah, here we go. Not OBS, but at least at one point that's what I searched for. So here we go. There it comes. There, that's the monitor I've got. Great monitor. I love this thing. It is a really good monitor. I highly recommend this thing, especially if you can find it on a good deal. Yeah, I have a feeling. Actually, I have a feeling this one is probably Yeah, you notice they're all used. Yeah, these are good price. No, there are new ones. I think I paid $1,000 for this one 2 years ago. But it was also, yeah, I mean, you know, I'm sure Samsung has a newer monitor for this. Come on. Okay, I guess this is not clickable. You would think that's clickable. How do you convince your wife to let you buy a new monitor? I don't know how I convince them. Actually, I may have only paid $900 for this monitor. I forget. I forgot exactly what price I paid. I will say this. I got lucky. It did help. Yeah, that would be a whole stream. It helped that it was Christmas time, right? So it kind of, you know, it kind of became, you know, kind of my gift to myself. It also helped that I have a business, and so, you know, I mean, it was actually the business that, you know, my business owns this monitor, right? So, you know, and I was able to use business funds for it. And it was just, I mean, it was a crazy deal. Maybe it was $800 or $900. I forgot the price. Now I think about it, maybe I did get it for $800. I forget. I remember getting this for an amazing deal. And it was one of these things, I wasn't actually looking for it. We were in Best Buy for something. I think we were looking for something for my daughter for Christmas. Well, there you go. Oh, because it's open box. I guess. Well, anyway, I mean, so hence, I mean, that's the way how I was able to, you know, I mean, again, and that business expense part was, okay, yes, these are open box. But they do have, they have it 8.6 miles away from me. Interesting. All right, so let's see here. We are, okay, so we're going to add, now, so again, let's think about this. So we're going to look at owned set. I want to look at, yeah, I think Best Buy did like some big buy of them. Because like I said, they had amazing prices. Because like I said, maybe I paid $800 or $900 for it, and I think at the time it was going for like $1,400 at other places. I think I could be wrong about that. Like I say, it was 2 Christmases ago. 2 Christmases ago. Well, maybe it was. Definitely wasn't. Maybe it was 2019 Christmas. I can't remember when I got this screen. All right, so let's see here. So ID has to be populated. User ID has to be populated. Really, I probably want all these values. I don't want comments to be null. And even storage, I want you to have something in storage. Purchase price could be null. And sure enough, that question mark right there, that means it allows that to be nullable. Because if I was to just say equals null, right, I will get an error, right? And it's because a decimal can't be null, right? But I put that question mark, and I now put that same code back in, you see that that's allowed, right? So I want that to be null, and comments can be null, and the string can be null, so I don't need to do anything special for that. But everything else, I think on here, everything else, yeah, everything else I want to require from the API, or from the input. So we're gonna, all right, so going back to inventory service, which makes this a little bit easier, right? So let's change this to, instead of just a string, let's change this to a string builder. There's new, like that, and then, okay, and then we can and even though I think what I'm gonna do, even though I'm well, yeah, no, I was gonna say, I'm trying to think what I'm gonna test and not test. All right, we're gonna test in here. We are gonna say, well, I'll do that later. Should put some error handling here to make this a little bit better. We'll add that here in a moment. Let's do, now from here we're going to do if, so I'm, even though I'm saying I want you to put this in here all the time, it actually is still valid gremlin, or so we'll do if it is valid gremlin, but yeah, let's do this. Let's do some error handling. So if string is null, empty or white space, user ID, whoops. Oh, owned set user ID. Throw new argument null exception. Argument null exception. Here we go. Now I will say technically, I mean, we're going into the.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
All right, so look at this so I can say this name right. So tail la 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 la. I don't think I did enough la-las, but thank you. I appreciate that follow. You know, technically what you're supposed to do, like just for the own set, but I want to do deeper inspections here. What is it complaining about? Enter just local for new argument. What is this wanting to do? Oh no, I don't want to do that. Why would you even recommend that? That's horrible. No. Keep it all on one line. All right, so we're gonna set ID. If string is null or white space, owned set set number. set number. Almost got all these. It's a storage ID. Now, storage label, I'm going to allow that to be null. And here's part of the reason why I'm thinking about that, right? So, I'm storing where I'm storing the value of where you're storing a set, right? So, like for example, my sets that are to be built are stored underneath my Lego City table, all right? And that's where I'll, when I enter in my data, that's what I'll put, all right? I'll have a storage named under Lego City, right? And but I don't need a label for that, right? Now, when I get to my parts, that's where I need labels, right? So, like, because I've got a couple hundred drawers, right? And so I want to know where. Actually, I don't have a couple hundred. I've got probably, I think there's 60 drawers or whatever that I have so far. So that's why storage ID and storage name are going to be required, but not label. Okay. So then, and again, I could make this a really long. Actually, we're gonna do something a little bit different. I could put all these in that initial line, but to make this a little bit easier to read, we'll put each property into into a different append command. Okay, so property, there we go. Set ID. And with these, I don't have to check that they're, whether they're null or not, because they passed all the exception handling up the top, or validation, I should say. You know what? I could copy this and paste it. Whoops. All right, so set ID, then we're going to have set number. Then we're going to have name. We're going to have storage ID. And again, a big reason why I use name, the reason why I use name instead of like set name is, at least in the Cosmos implementation, if you have a name property, when it shows that object, it will use the name property by default, to show it, how it shows it. So if you go, Do we not have a portal? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so like two minifigures, right? That is actually getting it from the name, all right? If you don't have a name property, then what it would show here is this ID, which a GUID ID does me no good. I don't know how to read that. I know how to read a name. All right. So we have storage ID, storage name. Okay, so those are the ones we know are going to be in there no matter what. And it doesn't really matter the order I set these properties in. So now we're going to say if string is null. I'm sorry, if not string is null, white space. And we're going to have owned set dot comments. Then we'll add the comments. And do the same thing for storage label. And finally, we're going to do if string is null, white space, owned, why am I writing all out? Purchase price. Oh, that's right. No, it's a decimal. So we'll say if owned set dot purchase price is not null, because again we made that a nullable value. Purchase price and let's spell that correctly. Otherwise, we're going to have a hard time deserializing it later on. All right. So there's the basis. Now, there's more to this, right? Because, like, I want to copy over the set information and such. And we're not handling the storage yet. We should probably handle that. But one thing at a time, right? As a matter of fact, we should allow for the storage to be created as part of this. All right. Let's see if this works. All right. So let's go to this little console app we've got up here, and we will static void test adding set to inventory. Okay, so search service, not search service. We're going to say inventory service equals new Gremlin handler. And then we're going to say, we're going to have owned set input equals new. And here we're going to start putting our values in. So we're going to, let's see here. Let's actually close up a bunch of stuff here. I really don't need anything else. Close all those other tabs. Okay, sorry. So I solved something that I was like, why? But all right. No politics. Let's do the set that I'm building right now. Yeah, so this is the set I'm building right now, the add at. So this is set number 75228. Okay. So now in here, we'll say has set number. And it's gonna be a -1. I just happen to know that almost all of these are gonna be a -1. So there you go. So there's my ID, right? So okay, so I'm gonna go in here. Whoops, where did I just go to? Right here. And we're gonna say okay, user ID is gonna be, we'll just I don't know if that's one we use for, I think that's what I'll use for user ID is the email addresses. But then we're going to do set ID equals that. Set number equals this value. Oops. Name, set name. Why do I have a name and a set name? That's interesting. And I'm pretty sure I'm not setting that. Okay, this is, I think it's just add at. Yeah, it is just add at. Actually, I want to see something here. I want to go to, oh, let's look at what it says here. Yep, just add at. I want to make sure, just like Star Wars add at or what have you. So set name is add at. Name is going to be add at. I don't know why I have these. Probably going to get rid of that set name. We'll put comments in here now. Testing. You know what? Actually, we'll say currently being built. Why not? It would be, yes, it would be in the Star Wars. The theme. I mean, here I could show you what it'll look like. It'll be. You go to brick set, because this is the easiest way to look that information up is brick set. So if I look up 75288, it'll actually be in the Star Wars theme, and then the sub theme is episode 5. All right. Okay, so we have comments. Then we're going to do storage ID. And I'm just going to storage ID. It's not actually linking anything right now, so it's fine. We're going to do storage name equals build table. Storage label. We'll do storage label blank, right? We'll see how that works. And we'll say purchase price. What did I purchase this for? What is it's whatever it is. $159.99. Did I really spend that much money? I thought I spent less than that. Oh well. M. I really hate that you have to put the M behind those decimals. All right, so we've created that. Now we'll say, we're going to say, we'll say owned set output equals inventory service dot add set to inventory owned set. I'm sorry, input. So like that. And then we're going to Is that really not async? I guess not. Okay. And then we're going to we'll do a console write line output.id, because that ID value is being generated at runtime. So that'll be a good test. Okay. So that's call this method instead of the other one. And let's see what happens. Just remember, why am I not... I wonder if there's a reason why I'm not doing a using it on this. I wonder if it was because I was testing and I wanted to see it do the dispose, maybe. I don't know. All right. Yeah, let's just run this. Let's see what happens. I'm not going to step through it. I'm just going to see. We'll just roll that dice and see what happens, right? And we get there. That's what happens. So let's see here. What are we getting here? Gremlin query syntax unexpected ampersand sign. Oh, I see. The problem is I don't have my single quotes. That's what the problem is. So go back to inventory. And I am coming back to put the ending or the closing quote. I was just those in and then yeah. Well, and again, it's funny. You know, so last night I was, you know, as I was mentoring, and you know, one of the mentees, you know, stuck on his application, couldn't figure out why he was getting, you know, why he couldn't run it, right? Why it wouldn't compile, and it was so funny because I saw the error right away, right? You know, again, it's the different set of eyes. I mean, that makes a big difference. But it was also, you know, it was like, well, not like I've never done that before. Okay, I'm still getting an error here. Okay, maybe next time we're going to actually see what the syntax is printing out. Let's take a look here. See if we can find it this time, though. I've got... Yeah, I am missing... Wow. Okay. Well, this is easy enough to fix. Okay. Now let's take a look. There we go. We got an ID back. Hey there, Sean. How's it going? How have you been doing this fine day? So let's see here. Let's go to our database. And so this is called a point, or same here. Super busy. Super busy. All right, let's just take a look at this value. So we have the ID, own set is a label. We've got a user ID, set ID, number, name, storage ID, build table, comments, and purchase price. We got what we were looking for. Make sure I'm not writing bugs. Well, right before you came in, I was writing bugs. Just bugs that were easy to fix. Sure enough, I was trying to think why I went here. Just as a reminder, because I talked about this earlier, but now that Sean's around, that's meetup. That's what I'm trying to go to. Tomorrow night is Tulsa.net, and I highly recommend you check this out. So this is this will be exploring immutable architecture by Michael Perry. Michael Perry does a really good job in his presentations, so I am looking forward to this talk. Yes, I should be there tomorrow night. I will say this: I probably won't. I'll hang out for a little bit afterwards, but I can't do the staying up till 1 o'clock. The whole I'm trying to do a marathon stream the next day, and so because my plan is to after that go to bed, go straight to bed, and then as soon as I get up Friday morning, take a shower, eat some breakfast. You're gonna stop the whole meeting? No. I will say, I'm sure, I know I will be multitasking during the presentation. I am not ready for my presentation on Monday. Which, speaking of that, I'm getting emails from Sam about Monday's presentation. I am beginning my birthday stream when I get up. So I hope to start it. Really, my goal is to start around by 7 a.m. and Eastern, 7 a.m. Eastern, I should say, and some of that being, yes, I will shower first. No, I have to shower because my hair is a mess in the morning, and this is driving me crazy. That's as mess as it is. Actually, I think tomorrow I'm gonna try to get a haircut because it's getting too long for me too. But no, you would know if I didn't take a shower because my hair is an absolute mess, and it gets wavy overnight. Although if I get a haircut, then it's less noticeable. But yeah, well, some of it's just because I turn around a little bit. I don't turn around that much, but I do turn around a little bit. I know I turn around at least once overnight. Awesome, right? Yeah, that's my whole goal, right? Is just to be available. Number one, it'll be cool because I'll be available during the day when I'm not normally available. I used to stream, during lunchtime. That was actually when I started. That's what time I was streaming. All right, so that's the first part. We've got a set saved. That's a good thing. There's more stuff to do. What I'm going to handle next is a storage ID. So I think what we're going to do here.
Welcome to TaleLearnCode. How was your stream?
Hold on, we'll welcome the Raiders, and then we'll talk about what we're going to do. Hey, 6-figure dev and 5 viewers. Awesome. It's a bigger night than normal. Hey, welcome. Hey, John. So good evening, everybody. Just a quick update of what we're working on here. So if you haven't been to TaleLearnCode before, I am working on what I'm calling Lego Master, which is basically just an inventory of sets and parts of Lego kind of the idea of, if you want to build something, and not necessarily a set that you bought, but, you want to build something like off of, because you can actually buy, like instructions people built, or, you're just going to design your own stuff, so you can know what parts you have, don't have, what you need to order, all that good stuff. And actually, what we're working on right now, we're still not making as much progress as I would like on this. And I mean, that's all on me. It's not on anybody else. But what we're working right now is allowing a person to add a set to their inventory. All right, and literally just got it working that it actually saves that. Right, so we were actually right here. So here we saved it. We got, and it's now saved in our database. And sure enough, this is Cosmos, and then in particular, I'm using the Gremlin API, so a graph database. And then one more quick little plug for Tulsa.net tomorrow night. Since we got some new folks who just came in, tomorrow night, Michael Perry is going to talk about immutable architectures, and sure enough, he wrote a book about immutable architecture, right? So he kind of knows what he's talking about, or at least he convinced a publisher that he knows what he's talking about. All depends on how you look at it. But no, he does actually know what he's talking about. So it should be a really good presentation. I highly recommend you check that out. And that's tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central. All right. I keep on doing that. Yes, exactly. Distributed computing. I tell you, immutable architecture is getting more and more the thing to do, right? Although, I'll be curious to see what all Michael has to say tomorrow. And, because I saw something not too long ago, and it was kind of, I didn't read it, which is a shame. I need to see if I can find an article again. But someone wrote an article about how maybe immutable architecture is kind of, or how immutables maybe are becoming too big of a deal, right? Maybe, why are we so worried about immutable? I need to try to find an article before tomorrow night so I can get Michael, well, number one, see what their opinion was, and then so I can hear Michael's opinion about that. All right, so we got to say what I want to do now is like the storage, right? So where is this? Storage ID. Okay, yeah. Where is this being stored? What I want to do is I want to be able to create a storage, on the fly, right? Which number one means I need storage ID to be nullable. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a method called public storage get storage. By name, string storage name, and then we're going to say we're going to have our query. Well, okay, we're just going to do. We're going to first have error handling. So if string is null or white space, storage name, throw new argument. Null exception, name of storage name. So basically making sure that the user really did, or consumer really gave us a storage name. And then we're going to say, we're going to do this kind of easier. We're going to say, I haven't written all this code. Well, I can write it here, but I need to go back in. I won't be able to run this yet. Return Gremlin handler dot get first or default of storage And then we have to pass in the query. So the query will be g dot I don't know why all of a sudden I'm drawing a blank. G.v, because we're not going to have the ID. I'm going to say has. Okay, yeah, I'm just thinking. So has label of storage. Actually, let's do has label of gremlin labels. Storage, and make sure we put it in our single quotes because we're going to need those. Dot has, and then the first property we're going to look at is user ID. Even though I don't have this in here yet, I'll go back and add this. User ID. And yes, I know I have a red squiggly. And it has storage name, or name. Storage name. Okay. So then we're going to go back in here, string user ID. And we're also going to check for that value, because that must be there, because that's our partition key, so we definitely want to grab that. All right, so that will do that. I need to still, I cannot run it yet, but I'm going to write all the code in this, and then because I have to write some other code. All right, so then what we're going to do is we're going to say, well, I'm actually going to write another method. Oh, why? Because we're missing the semicolon. Let's copy this. We're going to have get storage by ID. And in here, I do not need the user ID. Oh yeah, no, it's still good to have. Yeah, it's still good to have that. No, I don't need it. You could still have it in there, but I don't really need it, because then we put this in here. Storage ID. There we go. Because at this point, it's a point search. Now I'm actually trying to remember something here real quick, because I'm actually drawing a blank. That's not the screen I want. I want. Let's see here. Cosmos DB point search or point read partition key. I'm trying to remember.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Pentakill Gom. Hope I pronounced that right. Thank you for following. Point reads and queries. Most developers know that a query, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Awesome. Yeah, so you can see that point query is a whole lot faster, right? So if I'm retrieving a 1K document, right? Again, typically less than 10 milliseconds. Actually, it's guaranteed. Again, if it's less than a kilobyte, I'll be charged 1.1 RU as opposed to like 2.3. I'll get the one item and only one item. Include part. Okay. It is required. Okay. That's what I was looking for. I could not remember. Now, actually, when they say it's required, it's not actually required. It's required to get this result. That's really what they're saying. All right, so we're going to bring back in the user ID. Not used, user ID. Has user ID, user ID. And basically, I just couldn't remember if it made a difference by passing the partition key, but I was pretty sure it did. But I wanted to look that up real quick. All right, so now we've got that method also. So now, what I want to do here is I want to say, so we're going to say if what am I saying? If get let's do this. Storage equals. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I want like that. What do I want? Before I do this, public storage, add, create storage. Storage. Okay, and then in here, look at what all is in storage so I can remember all that. Just gonna move this. I'm gonna try to move this tab over. Goodness gracious. All right, I won't move it over because create storage out of a storage. Well, the store, I mean the, goodness, what is going on there? For the life of me, I cannot get this to drag correctly. All right. Do I have maybe my... There, that was... There we go. All right, so we're going to do something similar to what we did here. I'm still having problems with this mouse. Come on. You gotta be kidding me. I swear I'm about to throw this computer out the door, or out the window, I mean. Storage. So, Warzoid, I mean, yeah, I'm assuming that's a question. I mean, so in here, the storage is the input. Then I have broken glass. Well, better than this computer is right now sometimes. Goodness gracious. I mean, look at this. I'm holding the Alt key down. But for the life of me, and as you all know, I mean, I'm having computer issues anyways. I don't know if I'm also having a mice problem or if something's with my computer. Goodness gracious. All right, just do this the hard way. I mean, it's not really the hard way, but the other way was faster. All right, so now solar flare. Well, no, because it's, I mean, it does come and go, but all right, name. Actually, that's The only values that are required, that must be there. So name. Okay, so then we're going to say, so sure enough, I mean, this storage that I'm taking in is just an input object, right? I'm basically passing in that way, right? So now we're going to do string builder query equals new, and we're going to say g.add v, so add vertice. The label is going to be gremlin labels dot storage. It was actually right there in front of me. And query dot append dot property user ID storage user ID. We're going to have name. Must be name. Okay, and then we're going to have if string is null. Let's try it again. If not string is null or white space. For storage dot comments. Then we're going to do comments. Okay, after comments will be parent storage ID. And we're going to have parent storage name and parent storage label. Whoops. And this is the whole concept of goodness gracious, come on. Man, this is getting ridiculous. So it's kind of like parse storage. Yeah, essentially. I mean, because I'm feeding that in as an input, and then it actually gets stored a slightly different. Well, I mean, Ryan. I mean, I've been having a computer. I mean, and the computer issues are all tied to a hard drive. Right, and which I've been moving more and more stuff off the hard drive, but it's still the system drive. Which is like Visual Studio has to, Visual Studio, you can, when you install Visual Studio, you have the option of putting moving to a different drive, and still installs all the critical stuff on the C drive, regardless of what option you pick. And it's my C drive that's a mess. Oops. Yeah, that would hurt. All right, and then return that. But then this is going to be a storage. There we go. So basically, we're taking in a storage, right? But this is a storage object, right? and we're going to return a storage object, which basically means it'll add in the ID, right? Because that's the only value that it happens to be that we're adding into here. All right, so we have all that. Now, in here, we're going to say if it could be, if she's having problems like that, it could be. So, if you have a spinning hard drive, Visual Studio does not work very well on a spinning hard drive. It definitely needs an SSD, and that is not my only problem. But one of the problems is a spinning hard drive instead of my super fast SSD that I've got. And I just need time to repair my machine. The problem is, to do it's going to, that's a day or two where I'm not going to get work done, right? I think what I might do, and I'm willing to pay someone to do it, all right? Yeah, well, so all right, so here's the story. So I bought this computer off of CyberPower PC. Do not buy a computer off of CyberPower PC. They're horrible. But they're one of those places where you say, hey, here's all the settings, all the parts I want on this machine. And when I was building it, I put in that I got the Seagate Cheetah, SSD, which is the one that runs it like it's the one that I forgot it's like the fastest SSD you could buy before you get into like the enterprise level stuff. There's Exotic PC is awesome. So that's where I got my laptop from, and I will go to Exotic PC next time. So yeah, I would say I have hundreds, but it takes a couple hours. Plus, there's fixing the wiring, inside the computer, and all that good stuff. Plus, when I do it, I want the machine paved. Actually, I'm not so much worried about the installs because you're right. The installs only take a couple hours. But at any rate, it's still. It's time I just don't have. Right? I'm just too busy. But and I'm willing to pay someone to do it. Right? I think what I might do. You like that to pay? Well, it shows you how long I've been around in the days when we actually did. Yeah, when we used to pave our, when that was like, you did that at least twice a year at the bare minimum, right? Buy all the RAM you can. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Well, as it is, I am running 64 gig RAM.
Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Java Grunt. Thank you for that. So, sure enough, in May, we're going up to Boston for my daughter's graduation. So I might, I don't know, maybe when I take that trip, maybe I'll not take it to Best Buy, right? I'll take it into an actual computer professional, just so I don't have to deal with it, right? Just so they can do it, they can fix it, they and just get it working. And plus, I think what I'm going to do, I was thinking about actually adding a second SSD. So again, so when I was configuring the machine, I put like I said, the best SSD that they offered, which is a really nice SSD. And then they were like, it's like $20 extra to add the SSD is actually M2 SSD. Yes, So sure enough, I mean, it's Seagate, Fire CUDA, 2 terabyte because it's a 2 terabyte drive. Yeah, it's one of these. I forgot which one. I think it's the 520. So now I'm curious. I don't remember which one it was. It is one of these though. But at any rate, I was thinking about having a second one added in there, right? Because one, I mean, SSDs do eventually fail, right? So that's one thing. But two, I actually thought about doing that and then doing RAID, and doing kind of speed up my system even more. Huh. Well, that's a good thing to think about. I don't know. Yeah. So sure enough, Warzone. That's one of the things we're thinking about, right? It'll take longer to fail. So yeah, like I say, that's what I might do. I mean, as it is, I mean, I could do everything I do on this desktop on my laptop. I have a really nice laptop that I bought, from Exotic PC, and it's an MSI laptop. And number one, I love the MSI laptops. I think they're really good laptops, and I really liked the way how Exotic PC works. And one of the things I really liked about them was, when you go in here. So, like, if I go to buy a laptop, all right, let's see if I can actually just search for, wow. Also see our music ended. I'll fix that here in a second. Actually, let me just do products, MSI laptops. That's what I wanted to do. And then I'll show you exactly what I bought. It's screen size 17.3. And wow, there's a lot of 17.3s. Let's see. It's the 2070 Super is the one I got on this one. Yeah, right here. Not the Raider, Stealth. This is one I bought. So you go in here, and number one, that's a good price for. I mean, this machine's a beast. It's not a cheap machine, right? But the price is very reasonable, with what you see everywhere else. But you can go to customize this, and it really is actually customizing, right? So, because, like, for example, I went in here and operating hard drive, right? So you see it comes with a 512 M2 drive, right? Well, what did I do? I went down to the bottom and I said, or I didn't go down the bottom. It's right here. I added the 2 terabytes. Hey, Harold, how's it going? I added my, that 2 terabyte drive. I was able to upgrade it, and so they do it all right there, right? I don't have to do anything afterwards, right? So I really like this company, right? And then it was incredibly how quick they shipped this thing. I mean, it was funny. They said it was going to take like a week for them to prep the machine. They shipped it the next day, and did a great job with that. So welcome, Harold. How was your stream? Did you have a good stream tonight? Sure enough, I did talk about this earlier, but Yeah, this is my second MSI. And the only reason why I had to buy a second MSI is because it was a company. The company that I used to work for bought it, and so it was their machine. So I had to turn it in when I was no longer working for them. So what I was going to say, talking about Harold, next Thursday, so not tomorrow, but a week from tomorrow, Harold will be presenting at Louisville.net, talking about running .NET 5 on the Raspberry. So that should be a really good presentation. I'm looking forward to that. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And I'm also putting on new music, because apparently we ran out of music. Yeah, I like that. Emote there, Harold. Okay, there we go. Got some more music loaded up. So I will say, I mean, like I say, hopefully once I ever get this, the hard drive problem fixed, this computer will be awesome, and I won't have to do anything for it for a while. But next time I buy a computer, I'm getting it from Exotic, because I had a really good experience with them already. Oh, did you just finally get an affiliate? I guess I assumed you were our affiliate. Well, then congrats, man. All right, so back to this. So now we're going to say, if so, all right, we're going to create storage, and equals, and then we'll say yeah, just thinking if this is right. So we'll say owned set storage ID. Actually, we'll do not string is null or white space. Own set storage ID. Then we're going to do get storage by ID, and we're going to do owned set storage ID, and owned set user ID. Otherwise, get storage by name, owned set dot storage name, and owned set dot user ID. Okay, and I'm going to make this just a little bit easier to read. Actually, that should work. And then we'll say if storage equals default. Actually, I'm going to storage is default. I just like that syntax better. So if it is default, yeah, you have to do null, which is fine. Then we're going to say, you know what? Actually, I like using default better. So if it's null, not sorry. I just said I like using default better. If it's default, which will be null, but in case you ever change to something that isn't just a null, Then we'll say create storage, new storage, and in here, so we have to at least give it, what did I say? You have to at least give it storage ID and storage unit. Okay, so interesting. Okay, so we'll say ID equals string is null or white space, owned storage ID. So if it's not that, then we'll do the owned set.storage ID. Otherwise, we will do GUID new GUID to string. Okay, that was fine. That was interesting. Then we're going to have user ID equals owned set user ID. And again, I know that's going to be populate. Name equals owned set storage name. And I know that's going to be populated for sure. We're not going to have comments. We're not going to have parent storage ID. Yeah, so just those three values. And we're actually say storage equals create storage. All right, then right here, this will be storage.id, storage.name, yeah, and I'm gonna leave that the way that is, at least for now. All right, so that does it here, but because we're having to write a lot of code right now, we have to add a class down here. This is going to be called storage vertex. And again, once I write the ORM, I'm not going to have to write all this, but I want to still see all this working before I write the ORM. All right, do I still have? Yes. Okay, this is going to be an internal class of that, but we're also, whoops, if I type that correctly, internal. Tell you, I've been typing I've been doing a whole lot of internal classes today, and I have been misspelling internal all day long. Today's one of those days, you know, so I've talked about this before, I don't actually write a whole lot of code as part of my job. Today's one of those days where I was writing code all day. Okay, this is going to be storage properties. To the point of, actually I was having a meeting with a vice president, and I completely lost track of time, and I didn't even notice that I was late for the meeting. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, the compiler tells me right away, so that, you know, it's easy to catch that one. I was in the zone. And that's why, well, on top, it was weird because it was actually a Teams meeting because this VP is down in Georgia. And either I didn't notice it, but I don't think Teams gave me, you know, normally Teams will give you the alert when someone joins the meeting. I didn't see that alert. right? But then, like scheduled for a half hour and, like 15 minutes in it, he pings me on Teams. He's like, hey, Chad, we're going to meet? And I was like, oh, sorry, man. I completely lost track of time. And oops, what did I just do? Not that. JSON property. Why? Oh, okay, no why. But I probably could do this better. But no, I wasn't on Do Not Disturb, and actually Teams is not very good about that. It doesn't always abide by that. I mean, because I remember getting the 15-minute warning, the 15-minute reminder. I was all right. Continue on. No, I don't need to add a name in here. Comments. But I definitely did not notice, because I don't think I somehow just didn't notice anything else. All right, internal list gremlin property, and then this is going to be comments get set. Actually, I gotta go into here because I gotta add a couple more values in here. Internal. Let's see, we're gonna have string parent storage ID. And for those who missed my explanation of this ORM that I'm eventually write, a lot of the stuff down right here I'll be getting rid of because I'll use reflection in there to grab all these values. But I purposely, one, because writing the ORM will take a while. To write and get it tested and all that good stuff. But I'm also purposely doing it this way because I'll find more, I'm writing the code in a way that it will model similar to the way how it will work when I do that ORM. So I'll get it fully tested. So let's see here. If you don't snooze a reminder Outlook, it doesn't notify you again. Yeah, I did. I did dismiss it. And I'll tell you why I went and just dismissed it. Because, I mean, this is a weekly meeting I have. And it's not unusual for him to be a minute or two late. And that's nice, actually. I just noticed this has got a nice pattern going down. And so I was expecting to see the message, so-and-so has joined the call. Do you want to join? Or whatever it says, right? And I was going to join once he came on, right? So that way I could work up to the point that he came on. And the only reason why he's usually late, I mean, it's not a disrespect thing. It's just he's usually going from meeting to meeting, right? And so I'm like, all right, no problem. All right. Fix that. All right. JSON property name. Just a second there, and I'll answer that. Gremlin property names dot parent storage. I work for a company called Glennis Solutions, which is actually a brand new company. Hi, Ryan. Well, you have an awesome evening. So we build applications for senior living communities, right, to manage the communities. Not really for the communities. Well, it is for the community itself, but really for the companies that own groups of them. And of course, Galena Solutions, I mean, well, technically, the company has been around since last June, I think is when it was formed, right? But like all the employees became employees of that company mid-February. Because basically it's a spin-off from another company. All right, what am I doing? Parent, storage ID. Parent storage name. Last one in here, not JSON required. JSON property. Gremlin property. Parent storage label. Okay, so we need that. And then we come back up here. This is going to inherit from Gremlin object base. JSON property name. Property names dot properties. Storage properties. Oh. There we go. Internal. What time is it anyways? Oh, it's 11:11. Internal. Static. Storage, deserialize as storage, string JSON, I don't remember what time I started. I know I started a little bit early tonight. Okay. All right, so now we're going to say if, nope, not yet. We're going to say storage vertex vertex equals JSON convert dot deserialize storage vertex JSON if vertex dot type equals Gremlin labels dot vertex and vertex label equals Gremlin labels dot storage. So in other words, it is a vertex and it has a label of storage. So it's a storage vertex. Let me copy from here. Again, my mouse is just being all kinds of fun. Oh. Return new storage. There we go. No, I don't know why I called that. That should be properties. Okay, so then we'll have comments. We're going to have parent storage ID. We're going to have parent storage name, and then parent storage label. Just get all these values populated in here. All right, why? Because it's misspelled there. So there we go. And then we'll have an else, return default. Okay. And then the other thing we have to do is we have to go to Gremlin Handler. I am using Newtonsoft. I actually prefer using system.text.json, but Gremlin.net, which is the official .NET frame or .NET SDK for working with Gremlin, is using Newtonsoft, and I just found it easier to just stick with Newtonsoft. And it's not like I dislike Newtonsoft, but system.txt is a little bit faster. It's more optimized. So but I have seen some weird instances when you're going back and forth. So hence, if I'm using SDK that's using Newtonsoft, like for example, Azure Functions still uses Newtonsoft, so I use Newtonsoft when I'm doing Azure Functions. I think with the .NET 5 stuff, which I don't know when they're ever going to get that released. Maybe by the time .NET 6 comes out, maybe they'll have that released. That's a good question. Does it handle dynamics? I am not positive. And sure enough, that might be a reason why I can't use that, because probably the reason why maybe the reason why you're asking is because I get dynamics back from Gremlin. All right, let's see here. We're gonna Gremlin labels, storage. I wish I didn't have to deal with I hate dynamics. I really do. Yeah. I mean, like I say, Newtonsoft is good, right? And when I say performance improvements, I mean, the honest truth is like what this app is doing, we really wouldn't see a difference. I don't think. But I do like, even though Newtonsoft is pretty much the baked in, I do like staying, as much to the core framework as possible. Just you know, and some of that is because, like, for example, I'm a big fan of Azure Functions, and one of the things that Azure Functions teaches you is to not use packages, but don't willy-nilly add packages, because that actually adds to the cost to run an Azure function, because it requires more memory, which means your what do they call it? Because for Azure Functions, you pay for, well, there's a couple different pricing models now, but you pay for, the typical is you pay for number of executions in gigabyte seconds. It adds to your gigabyte seconds. All right, storage. That's set for storage vertex. Deserialize JSON break. No, yeah, it's in here too. This is where, and this is part of my complaint about, this is why, Gremlin databases are hard to recommend. There's no real automated way of doing it. It's not like, say, there used to be a really nice package, and that's part of the reason why I also, now grant you, JSON.NET is a .NET Foundation project, so it's not going to go away. But like I was using a really nice package for managing Gremlin data. It did a great job. It actually handled a lot of this, and I'm having to write out all this code. There was a new version of Gremlin.NET. It broke the package, and the maintainer decided that he had it. That was enough for him. And in all fairness, he always had on his GitHub page that it was a hobby project, that he would maintain it while he had time to. And I will say, several people, it became to be a really big deal, and unless someone's got a fork out there that finally, why? If results. There we go. I don't know why that wasn't coming early. Unless someone, has forked it and, didn't port it back up to, push it back, there's, no one's been able to fix it. I've started to, but honestly, I was like, well, if I'm going to do this, there were things I didn't like that it was doing. And I was like, well, I'll make it better, right? Because I was going to take like the boilerplate code I wrote that went alongside it and kind of mix it in together. And lack of time never happened. But that's why I want to work on. My next project after this is that Gremlin ORM. Storage. Add storage. But the one thing, are we getting lag? Let's take a look. Let's see here. Interesting, because I'm not. What does? Oh, I do see. I sure enough, I am getting told that I'm unstable. Huh. Let it be known this is a problem because I'm paying for a gigabit. I've got to figure out what's going on with this. Ooh, my upload speed's horrible right now. Well, that's definitely a problem. Hold on a second. Like, that's atrocious. I mean, granted, I have a high ping time. I always do. What in the world? I just want to see someone else's speed test here. Oh, wow. My upload is horribly affected. To the point I'm surprised I'm getting anything up there. Well, what is that? I'm not dropping that many frames. But it might be why it's lagging so bad. All right, well, as long as it's lag and not something else. I mean, sure enough, y'all tell me if it gets worse. Have I rebooted? No. Of course, reboots on this computer, that's not something I do in a heartbeat. Now, sure enough, Windows wants to install an update and wants to reboot my machine. Well, I mean, let's keep on going. We'll see if it gets any better. But as you all see, my upload speed is atrocious right now. I think a carrier pigeon can get more data out. All right, there we go. All that code written. Let's see if we got something working. This time I am going to put a breakpoint in because I want to actually verify it's doing everything. Man, that is just horrible. I do want to say, let's see here, as label storage, and as expected, I'm not getting anything. That's what I'm expecting. All right, so now let's see what happens. All right, so we're in here. Do all those tests. All right, this should be null. So there we go. So it's gonna Well, that's the thing. I've been having, ever since the winter storms, I've been having issues with my internet. And admittedly, I thought it was just going to improve itself, but it hasn't. I need to actually plug into the modem and see if I'm having a problem like one of my routers, or something else is going on. Yeah, we got an error in our gremlin code. But my upload speed has been fine all along, right? I mean, I usually get between 35 and 40 up. So the fact that I'm getting 640K is a problem. Yeah, that's horrible. Inventory server, that's what I'm looking for. Let's see here. It's right here. No, that one right there. So those, I mean, it was missing close parentheses, checking everything else. I actually could put a breakpoint down here. That's where I really care. All right, so we're going to have a null. So we're going to go ahead and create that storage. And sure enough, if I now search for this, there we go. We've got one storage item. And then this should just work because it worked before. There we go. So we're going to get this ID back. So I'm going to test that. So there you go. So I got that app back. And again, I'm going to check that this is that storage item that I saw. There we go. All right, so now if I'm going to run this again, you know, we should get a different ID than this one, but this should be pointing to the same storage, right? Because I'm, you know, because I'm pointing to the, I'm searching by name. So I'm going to run this again. All right, now I should, oh, I still null. Well, that's interesting. All right, something did not work. So F11. Why am I in here? Storage equals storage ID. Well, that's a problem. Oh, I know why. I know why. Come back to here. Because I was originally making storage ID required. I did take that out. But I still had it, you know, I was just given a dummy value. All right, so now storage. Wait, it's still default. Why? So I've got a storage name, a build table under that user ID. So I'm going to go in here. Wait, what was this? Why did it go in there again? If oh, look, I'm doing it by, there we go. This needs to be by name. Okay, now we have a storage item. And there we go. So we got our new ID. So if we should only have has label set. We should only have one in here. Yeah, it's going to take forever to return my value. There we go. Oh, I did set. That's why it took a while, because there's a lot. Do storage. It's actually still processing the last request. That's why that's taking a while. All right, there we go. That's what I was looking for. All right, cool. So, well, let's see here. I have a feeling. Let's see. What am I? Has my internet improved any? It has, but it's still really low. Even though that's like a 8-time or 6-time 6 multiplier improvement. I'll tell you what, folks. I think maybe we'll end it there, because this is not going to work very well. I'm going to be lagging the rest of the night. The rate this is going. I have a feeling I'll be making a call to the internet company tomorrow. I mean, interesting. My ping is actually better, and that's sad to say. All right, let's take a look who is out there right now. They're late. International Women's Day was yesterday. Not yesterday. It was Monday. Today's Wednesday. Let's go to someone who we know is going to be up there for a long time, because he just can't get enough. Go to Callow. Definitely, when you if you've not been on a raid with Callow, make sure you attack. Whoa, I have to what? I'm not even logged in correctly. This is weird. What is going on? My OBS is even messed up. I now have to wait for the whole thing to... OBS actually is not logged in correctly for some reason. This is weird.